Good evening, everyone. Why is my chat window over there? Pardon me just a moment. For some reason, the chat window seems to want to wander. There we go. Sorry about that. Alright, so, good evening, everyone. This is the Resurrected Hobbyist, bringing you another Model Time stream. Okay, good. I do have my microphone turned on. So, tonight I'm going to be working on scratch building a Marauder bomber. This is the Petoroch set of templates for the Paperhammer Marauder. Petoroch is a Russian designer, so there are a lot of Russian characters used in the template. So, like these guys. He is also an extremely detail-oriented designer. So, as an example, here we go. So, like the heavy bolter mount right here, it's actually built out of, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 parts just for this piece. Because what he does is he layers details on top of each other, so it gives an extremely detailed design. But the problem is, it's extremely labor intensive. But either way, let's go ahead and dive in. If you have any questions, just pop them up in the chat room, and I will answer them, talk to you, crack a joke, make a lame line, whatever. It's all good. We're all here to have fun, right? Well, some of us might be here to learn something, I guess, maybe. Whatever. Anyway, so let's go ahead and get started. So, looking for part 28 and 28A. I already printed out the plans and glued them down to cardboard. This particular piece, that's 82. This particular piece of cardboard came from the backing of special paper we use at work for printing out labels. Majority of the cardboard I am using, cereal boxes. Cut and opened up, because you get a pretty good surface area with a lot of material to work with. What was the number I was looking for again? 28 and 28A. What is this one? That is 9. So where does 9 go? 9 is this large piece here. Let's go ahead and start with 9, actually. So let me switch angles. By the way, there are 2 angles on my Model Time streams. Both are indicated right there. Let me get a little more light there. There we are. So right now you're looking at the high angle shot. If I switch to low angle, see, there it says it's a close-up. Actually more of a low angle, but anyway. So what I'm saying is, if I'm working on something and you think the other shot will be beneficial or helpful, just give me a shout out in the chat room and I will switch them. Let me go ahead and cut this piece down so it's easier to work with. Oops. Yeah, I'm not doing anything special right now. Just cutting down the sheet of cardboard so it's smaller area and easier to work with. Yeah, these are the kind of challenges you got to deal with when you're scratch building. Okay. And I'm pretty sure that blade is about done. Yeah, the other thing about cutting cardboard, it absolutely wrecks X-Acto blades. So if you are going to do, especially one of Petoroch's templates, get a 100-pack of blades. You will need them. Just as an example, like that segment, about 30 blades or so right there, the majority of those I went through working on that paper hammer Bane blade. So you can get like the 15 count blade dispensers. You're going to go through them in 2 days. I am not even joking. Alrighty, so all we do is line up the straight edge with the edge of what we want to cut. That starts to cut nicely. For smaller cuts like this, I like to just freehand it. It's faster. One of the things I will say about scratch building with cardboard, you will need to develop a feeling for your material. Cardboard is essentially just layers of paper stacked on top of each other and glued together. So if you start feeling resistance building up, or you start to see like a wrinkle forming or something like that, it is. You probably jumped a cut somewhere along the line, and you're no longer cutting, but pushing, or pulling as the case may be. And you don't want to do that, because if you're pushing or pulling, all you're going to do is continue to compact the cardboard and make it that much harder to cut. And chances are you will slip and cut yourself. And please, please, please don't do that. Last thing I want to hear about is one of my viewers going to the hospital because they, did something, to be blunt, stupid. I advocate safety all the time. Just as an example, you can see I'm cutting away from myself, so if I skip that way, and I don't do this number. Then we get to a little bit longer of a cut, and this is where I want to use the straight edge again. There really isn't a rule for when to use the straight edge and when not to use a straight edge. It's really a personal thing. I have seen people never use a straight edge and they get straight line cuts. I have seen people who only use a straight edge for straight cuts. And by that I mean it doesn't matter what size the cut is, they will always use a straight edge. So I don't care what tutorial by who says what. The right answer for when to use a straight edge is when you feel it will be of the most benefit to you. Just far too many people get wrapped up in what is right, and they lose track of whether or not it is right for them. Now for this cut I'm about to make, I'm going across several shortcuts, and to save myself a lot of effort, I'm going to do a very shallow guide cut. Literally, I am not pressing down at all. I am simply letting the weight of the blades start to cut into the top of the cardboard. And that way, I have a single cut that goes all the way across all of these short pieces, all the tags here. And then I can come in and follow that guide cut straight across. There you go. I was just thinking what I could do is put out a second copy of these particular plans. Hey Kaji, how's it going? As I was saying, I was just thinking I could print out a second copy of this particular part, cut out the Bombay door that you see on this piece, and then add a separate layer of doors and hinges to give a little more 3D effect. Usually Pitoroch does that kind of thing, but for whatever reason he did not do it in this template. So what's going on, Kaji? A new clan, huh? Anything particularly interesting on this one, or just simple layout? You mean no crazy situations that you shouldn't be dealing with in the first place? Yeah, wow. I'm gonna say, well, I'd say some of your clients are certainly up there. Since they come work at Geek Squad, you will develop a tolerance, or maybe an indifference is the better word, that you never knew was biologically possible. So since you're just joining us, Kaji, I am doing a paper hammer build of the Marauder bomber for the Imperial Guard. I've got some pictures of it playing in the corner box there. Could be. Or it could also be the store manager screwing with the hours again. Because God knows I did not come out ahead in anything. Yeah, I lost one member of my staff. I got dumped on by another member that I'm really trying to find a reason not to hang up by his toes. And the only reason I got dumped on, or got him dumped on me, was because, oh, well, we'll recode him eventually. Oh, look, a job code change just came down. He's still coded as this other job, even though he doesn't do that other job. So goody, I get stuck with him. Alrighty, so I've got the part all cut out, and if we look at the plans, let me see if he has another image in here. He does not. So basically, what is going to happen here is this part. Let me switch views. There we go. This part is going to need to fold over, and then this is going to wrap around, and then leave this spot open for a turret mount, which is going to be part 10. I believe I saw part 10. Yep, there it is. So I need to look at this and see which way things are going to be bending. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Kaji. Make your bad jokes. Yay, and I have a follower. Except it doesn't show who my new follower is. Okay, I will have to look into that. Thank you, new follower. I don't know who you are because my Twitch alerts are not working properly right now, apparently. Stupid Twitch alerts. Alright, so all I did just now was scored down the edge here, so that way this will fold over. Let me take a look, see. Okay, so this line is not going to fold, but those two are. And this folds back, so these need to fold over. Now, one of the things about Petoroch's templates is they are intended to be paper hammer templates, not cardboard. So they have been designed with the understanding that you'll be working with, you know, a sheet of paper, not something as thick as cardboard. You know, a little physics lesson. Sheet of paper is that thick. Piece of cardboard is that thick. So there are going to be a lot of points where I have to make adjustments based on the fact that I'm working with a thicker material. As one example, these little tabs, they are there to allow two pieces of paper to be glued together like this. So under normal, if this were paper, this would glue right into here to hold these two pieces in place. But since this is cardboard and not paper, I can't just fold them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to score a cut enough that I can fold this over. Hopefully. There we go. So now it's flush with the line that I just cut. And then I can come in and glue this tab directly to that. But first I gotta finish scoring. Uh-oh. And this is the fun part. The glue did not set across all the pieces. So I need to glue this guy back down. There we go. I'll give that a few minutes to set while I work on other pieces. Like this tab here. Basically just going to do the same thing that I did over here on that guy. Actually with all these tabs. So like here, I'm not so concerned if the paper comes up. Oh wow. Alright, let me go ahead and get those glued down real quick. Well, you just saw it, Kaji. You want to make a joke? Go ahead. Alrighty, so first I just gotta fold these guys over. Hopefully. Trying to keep them straight with the edge. Alright, and to hold them in place, what I'm going to do is I'm using these clothespins that I've reversed. So that way I can just hold the pieces right in place. So, alright, so I did not cut this edge deeply enough. So I gotta come back to that in a little bit, but that's fine. So See, I've got those pieces all held down. So I'm going to put that over here. And while I give that 10 minutes for the glue to dry, I'm going to start cutting out part blah, 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 blah. I'm going to try and find 9A, which is right here. The reason I just did a chop on that corner instead of a slice is I'm trying to preserve my blade a little bit longer. Because if I just keep doing this, I'm going to keep wearing out the edge at the tip. Whereas if I'm chopping, I'm using the rest of the blade edge down here. So just spreading the abuse out a little bit. Excuse me. Sorry, one of the problems with being as barrel-chested as I am is whenever I sneeze, it's like getting punched from the inside of your chest. Yeah, pretty much, Gaji. Everyone gets equal abuse, sort of. Alrighty, so this, switch to the high camera again. So this is going to be there, so this needs to fold back that way. think I'm about done with this blade. Yeah. And new blade. So, yeah, one blade after about 20 minutes, if that. Yeah. And like I said, you will go through blades working on cardboard. It's not even funny. Yeah, that actually feels like it's cutting now. Yep. Okay. I can actually reach all the way across with these. No, I cannot. Can I do it with the longer ones? No, I cannot. Okay. Alrighty, so I'm going to need to do this in sections. First and foremost, let me finish up that edge here. Off. Okay, so that part is off and free flying, that's fine. Especially with these little tabs, you gotta be very, very, very careful how much you cut. Cut too little, and they won't fold over the way you want them to. Cut too much, and you will cut the tab right off, and it'll be equally useless. said, I need to do this in sections. So let's get that section off. Okay, so that's going to go like that. Fold that one. One of the challenges I will admit to when working with a template from Pitoroach is you have to have a really good mind for 3D in order to work with it. Because, like I've said, his instructions are, or his plans are very, very detailed, but his instructions are not particularly deep in their explanation. So, like, just as an example, fitting these two pieces together. It doesn't really show me in the instructions how to do that. It just basically says, you know, part 9A goes here and connects to part 9. And that's about it. So, not saying that as a negative, just saying it as a no point. Now, one trick I have learned, cardboard from cereal boxes has two layers, or two sides. One side is usually plain and brown and not sealed, while the other side, typically the outside, is sealed, usually with a lacquer or something similar, and has the decal or images on it. The glue does not hold onto the lacquered sides particularly well. So what you can do is score the sections where you need the glue to hold. And by score, I just mean rough it up with your X-Acto blade, just like I'm doing right now. Just be careful you don't score too excessively, otherwise you'll ruin the part. Basically, all you want to do is have a little bit of brown exposed under the images. There we are. So pretty much like that. And now the glue has something it'll actually hold to. Alright. My glue seems to be slightly separating, so I need to mix it up a little bit. Let that sit for a minute. See, the glue should not be this translucent white. It should be more of a milk color, or sour cream color, I guess. It's going to be thicker than milk. That means my white glue is somewhat separated. And I'm just using normal craft glue, you know, Elmer's school glue, nothing special. But I bought a 5-gallon bottle of it like 3 years ago for 25 bucks, which means this stuff has been sitting in my storage cabinet for a good probably 2.5 years. And like most mixed fluids, it starts to separate when it's been sitting for a while. So all I'm doing is agitating the bottle, rolling it around, shaking it a lot to get the glue to mix back up properly. Leave that on its side for a couple minutes. Okay. Alrighty. I need to score that up some. Just some glue rips right along there. I'm going to reinforce these other points. Yep. So you see now the glue is more of a solid white. That is much more the color it should be. There we go. And then clamp that down. And while that's drying, I'm going to score this next bends in the part. That's a good solid bend. And just like before, this section will bend over. So that's the other half of that section. But I still got Score all the tabs. So we got that tab. Whenever you have a place where you're cutting an especially narrow piece, like right along this tab, it's really, really, really helpful to have a good, fresh, sharp blade on there. You want to have as little fight from the blade and the cardboard as you can possibly get. Oops, did not score that section. I think I may have cut a little too deeply over here. No, actually I think I can save that. Alrighty. Now, one thing I do need to do is get a sheet of cardstock. I forgot to get that. I will be right back. Alrighty, sorry about that. So all I've got here is just regular old 110 pound cardstock. And this is especially useful for spaces like this where I had to cut the piece. There's no easy way to join the pieces back together now. Just two separate pieces, you gotta put them back together. So what I can do is I can make a new seam by cutting a section of cardstock. And gluing it to the edges of the sections I need to rejoin. Again, it's helpful to score up. If you're using like cereal box cardboard or something like that, it's helpful to score up the side that the new seam will be connected to. If that side is going to be the side that has the laminate and picture and all that on it. There we go. Don't need a lot, just enough to hold the cardstock. There we go. And then score up this side. Put that to the side. I'm gonna put my bottle of Zap Kicker on that. And while that is drying, let me cut out part 10 for the gunnery emplacement. Yep, and there is a broken blade. Yep, now don't know if you can see it in the camera or not. But yeah, the tip just snapped. So I'm probably going to have to replace this blade in just a few minutes. We'll see. I think I can still keep going with that blade. Let me see how that holds up. Actually, that's doable. I can get the major cuts for this piece done with this blade, and then I'll come back in with a fresh blade. Yep, nope, that's the end of that blade. Yeah, no, it's not really worth the time and energy to reforge an X-Acto blade. I mean, I guess if I was like the size of a Lego guy or something, it'd be worth it. Bring me the blade of Exact Zero. What, you didn't get that one, Kaji? The blade of Exact Zero? Alrighty, so now I'm giving that some time. So, there we go. I can just feel the glue saturating through the cardstock, which is exactly what I want. Good. I'd hate to think you've gone completely over to anime influence only. Release the Craggle. For a movie with such a stupid premise, that was amazingly good, I have to admit. What's this piece here? Part 1. That's part 1? Okay, I guess part 1 is this entire section here. And then 2 and 2A are inside that. Okay, I think I see. Yeah, there we go. So 2A, and then part 2. Part 2. Where is part 2? Part 2, where are you? Do 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 do. I do not see part 2. Of course, part of this is the fact I'm not 100% sure what it is I'm actually looking for. Oh no, that is part 2, this whole big section. So, okay, wait. I'll fold that way. Okay, I think I see what I'm supposed to do. Let me cut out this piece. Why am I... Alright, I'll check on that later. Check my text real quick. Alright, Kaji, what did you send me? I was the second man on the moon, kneel before me. Ha ha ha. Okay, I'll give you points for that one, Kaji. However lame it might be. Hey, I still haven't thanked you for the Mr. and Mrs. Sazabi idea. Although thanked may not be the right word. Uh-huh. Yeah, don't be too surprised if I start calling you up and going, dude, you owe me so many beers. Hey, I had already set my streaming schedule a week and a half ago. Though I do have to say, streaming has provided me a good motivation for actually working on several projects that I've been putting off. Yeah, stay at home and let my bank account recover. Yep, there goes another busted blade. That one's not coming out of the, Alrighty, catch you later, Kadri. There we go. So, I didn't want to find the blade the hard way, so use a magnet. Or the blade fragment, I should say. Fragment, magnet, use them. Wow, and I haven't even been drinking tonight. it. I just forgot which way this was connected. Alrighty, hang on just a minute. I gotta pull up the original plans. Marauder. Okay. So T C to C. Gotcha. Okay, so these two need to fold around. Alright, let me make another seam. we go. Okay, need to cut that down a little bit so it's got space to go in. Yeah, so this is a real good example of in-the-moment planning. It is an approach I do not recommend because you tend to make a lot of mistakes that make your life more difficult. That sit for a few minutes and come back to this section. Okay, so this is an interesting problem here. I've got one edge of it clamped, but you can see the other edge is starting to bow out. So what I can try to do is get 2 clips in there. Looks like that's going to work. Another option I could do is just hold the pieces together like this for about 2, maybe 3 minutes. Enough for the glue to set. And then I could set it down like that and put something heavier in there to hold it all together while the glue dries. But that worked out in this case, so yay! And back to this. This up. While those two pieces are drying, I will go ahead and start cutting out this big monster. By the time I get this thing cut out, those other two sections that I have drying should be ready for the next step. Actually, probably even before that. Oh boy, this is going to be a lot of fun cuts in here. Get this piece set up because the glue should be set enough to do the next step of it. Not ready to go yet. Let the white glue totally saturate the cardstock. Now, I don't have an easy way to clamp this right now. Actually, maybe I do. Is this? Yes, it is. Yay. There you go. And while that dries, back to cutting. Yeah, one of the reasons I use Elmer's Craft Glue instead of like tacky glue or fabric glue or wood glue or something like that is the stuff is, safe. The worst that'll happen will be, I get glue on my fingertips. If I get some glue on my fingertip and next thing rub it in my eye, it'll annoy me, certainly, but it's not going to do any damage. Yeah, I got to come back and recut that piece. Okay. Alrighty, another blade replacement. I think I'm out of space in that sharps box. Yep, out of space in that. Okay, so let's see how this is supposed to go. Alright, so these will fold down, these will fold in. Let me give you the high shot so this makes more sense. So these panels will fold down. These two will fold around, that matches up, and the rest of it folds around. Okay. Is there a reason the music stopped? Ah, because my volume got turned down. Alrighty. Okay. Okay. We'll leave that like that. Not quite. Okay, so I've got this guy all pinned up. Fairly decent stock of glue in there to dry up some. Maybe. Alright, so this is going to be one of those problem pieces because there's not enough structure to hold everything together, and just saturating everything with glue isn't going to help any either. But this is where a trip to the hair care department can come in handy. Set it on warm, not hot because you don't want to burn yourself. And then low. Now, of course, one of the tricks here is I don't want to blow everything else on my desk away. But thankfully this is an enclosed piece, so most of the blowback is being directed away from my desk, and ironically at my arm. So by doing this, it helps cure the glue faster, and allows me to do a stronger build in less time. But it's not economical to do this for every single joint in the model. I would wind up with a burned hand. Alrighty. Speaking of burned hand, mine's starting to get a little bit toasty. So let me pop the clamp off. Good, that'll hold together. Maybe. So what I want to do is I want to get a solid layer of glue at that end. Oops. And then come back in with this guy. And of course, the real fun thing is right now is directing all the hot air into my face. It's starting to leak, so I gotta get the outside first. I thought I had taken care of that. There we go. Now I gotta be careful of this piece here. It's a lot looser than I would really like it to be. Okay, I think I'm done burning my own hand for the moment. Okay. Okay, so leave that to sit and dry for a few minutes. Check on this piece. Go away, OneDrive, I don't want you. Okay, yeah, tighten this up a little bit. There we go. Alrighty, back to cleaning up this piece here. Where are the 10 parts? Balls, I think I might have blown them away. Okay, fun time. Alrighty, well, I need to print another copy of those particular parts, so give me just a minute. Page 5. So we'll give those a few minutes to print. Yeah, so I remember what I was talking about earlier about the cardboard bunching up. This is what can happen. So I got to cut that off and then work around that spot. But on a smaller piece, that can absolutely destroy the piece. Just flat out entirely. Okay, so let that sit to dry for a little bit. Hey, Living Wheel, I am building a paper hammer Marauder. There. Okay, using the Petoroch template. Or at least that's my intention anyway. The jury's still out to see whether or not I'm going to glue myself to the table. Well, it's scratch building. You know, there's always the risk of stupid stuff happening. Yep. Yeah, I don't have the money for the $300 resin model. Yep. So what's bringing you out tonight? You more into modeling or into Warhammer 40K? I know that all so well. Let's gonna do that. Okay. Nice. Any particular type of modeling you prefer to work on? And why did my music get so loud? There we go. Any particular type of modeling you prefer to work on? Like World War II, Gundam models, historical vessels, sci-fi? Ooh, a 1/72nd scale? I've seen a couple 1/72nd scale kits at the store. They look gorgeous, but I'm always like terrified to actually start working on them because I'm worried like I'm gonna put the engine in backwards or something that's gonna look stupid. Yeah, I know that feeling all so well. Yeah, I wish I had a high back angle camera just so I could show you my model bench. Like, I can show you my workspace here, but like I can't show you the stuff that's on the shelf that's in the process of being worked on or planned to be worked on, or I in theory finished it 6 months ago, but I have yet to declare it finished. There's no such thing as perfect. I thought all modelers knew that. But yeah, really, there is no perfect, because no matter how good you get at something, you always find something else down the line that you're like, ooh, that'd be cool. Well, think of it this way. It's a good motivator to get into scratch building. Build your own HUD display on it. Okay, so good motivation to figure out a good way to recover from that. You know, maybe it's a fictional setup. I was going to say, maybe it's a fictional setup where the tail got shot up real badly in a dogfight, and the pilot had to repair it later, and it just kind of looks offset. It's always a positive that you can't tell. There you go. Yeah, he had to, come up with an alternate display system. He's got a bamboo. He's got a coconut he hollowed out for his aiming reticle that's just planted on the front of the cockpit. No, they're not errors. They're characterization. Things that made this plane unique. At least that's a story I go with. But, I mean, yeah, a good backstory can change a lot of things about a model. Where are you, Gaudenzor? There he is. So, like this model, let me get that in the light so I can actually see it. Sure, there you go. Happy accidents, that works too. So, like this model is a commander I made for my Chaos Army in Warhammer 40,000. But the whole thing is I made it very characterful. by saying, you know, he doesn't have optics in the helmet. He gets sensor data from all over his suit that gets processed by the cogitator on his back. So he actually has a better ability to perceive everything around him than, you know, a space marine that has super eyesight. He can actually see something that can't be physically seen, but he can detect it's there because it physically exists, and thus exerts pressure on the ground. It emits sounds because of its body functioning. Stuff like that. It's all character. And it, in this case, makes him creepy as all hell. Or, oh, where's the Knight of Blood? There it is. Or another example, on this conversion, I don't know if you can see it or not, yeah, I mounted the leg wrong and wound up splitting the back end of the thigh. So what I'm going to do over here is the same thing I've started doing over here, and sculpt in, what's the word, demon form and musculature. That way it'll help carry the idea that this is a demonically possessed machine. But it'll help cover those issues with the possession. Hey, we all started somewhere. I can't remember when I was... God, how old was I at that point? I think I was about 6. My brother and I got a bag of the little green army men, and we split them for painting. And, you know, he was painting his based on, I think it was Desert Storm camo patterns at the time. How old was I? No, we were still in Philadelphia. Actually, I guess it would have been Desert Warfare, because that was the latest deployments that our father was involved in at the time. But my brother, well, you know, was paying them the tans and khakis for Desert Warfare camo, and I gave one guy like a pink gun. But yeah, we all start somewhere. You know, check out my blog for, you know, other efforts of mine. Give me just a second, I'll post up a link to it. There we go. There we go. Link to my blog. You can also follow me on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. I also post materials on there. What do we got? I tried building a model as a kid, but kept messing up. Just didn't have the patience for it back then. Yeah, I can certainly relate to that. Okay, so that's still got dry more. Okay, so now I want to look for 26 and 26A. Nope. Nada. No. Next one. 28. Where's 28? Well, 28's the front of the nose. Okay. Yeah, let's go and work on that section while we're waiting for glue to dry. Yeah. And let me cut this down so it's easier to work with. But yeah, I mean, to do models, you have to develop patience. There's really no other way around it. And I love that I said that. Immediately following a comment basically translates to, I don't want to wait for something else to finish, so I'm going to work on something else anyway. Yeah, been there, done that. When I was a kid, I used to use Testors enamel paint. It took exactly one spilled bottle of that stuff on the dining room table to make me having my own space for models pretty much a priority. Like what? Like it wasn't even like a question or a if this could happen. Nope, Mike's got to have a space for his models. End of story. Oh shoot! Did I just do that? Crap. Yes, I did. Okay. Well, got to adapt. But yeah, like if you look through my blog, you'll see I work on all sorts of stuff. I'll be working on a Warhammer model one day, a scratch built paper model the next, casting stuff in resin the next. Day after that, I'll be working on a Gundam model. The day after that, I'll be working on a Star Trek model. Tamiya. Well, I mean, it's not horrible. It's not great, but it's, I mean, there are worse things. I was working on a Warhammer model at one point, and I had to leave for something. I can't remember what it was, work or I had a date, something. I can't remember what it was now, but I had to leave. And what I didn't know was I had knocked over my bottle of plastic glue that, spilled out on my workspace and created this nice little puddle right under the model I was working on. Hey Kaji, welcome back. I'm guessing no McDonald's for dinner tonight? And yes, we do have company. Say hi to Livin. This is Kaji. And what happened with the chat window? Oh, it was McDonald's, huh? Oh God, I need to introduce you to Ian someday. Alright, sorry guys, I just noticed the chat window in the stream is messed up, so I'm trying to fix that real quick. Why are you switching? Stop switching. Scene switcher is off. Stop running. He doesn't work at the Fredericksburg Best Buy by any chance, does he? Okay, not the same Ian I know then. Damn it, scene switcher, stop switching. Stop running. Remove all options and turn off the switch command. Alrighty. Catch you later, Livin'. Keep an eye on my Facebook feed, on my Facebook and Twitter feeds for my next streaming session. Okay. I really gotta get that straightened out. I do not need to be futzing with this during a stream. So, is the girl at Little Caesars cute, Kaji? Yeah, I'm just saying, like, if she made a point to save her coupons for you, maybe she has some interest. Well, your choice. Oh, okay, I gotcha. I thought you were saying you went to Little Caesars so much that the girl at the counter there started saving the coupons. Well, to each their own. And time for another replacement blade. Which I am now out of space for in my Sharps box. Let me not put those on the edge of my workbench so they fall in my lap. work. I work from 10 till 7 tomorrow, I believe. Yeah. What's on your plate for tomorrow? I kind of doubt you're going to manage to get away with that, Kaji. If we can find a space to do it in, sure. I mean, that's going to be the only catch to it. Yeah, which is exactly why I'm saying I don't think you're the type of person who can just have a day of no work. It may happen that you don't do any work that day, but I just don't see it being by intention. So that's going to wrap up. Okay, that's where the sensor pod goes. That's fine. Okay. Alright, I'll have to deal with that. I really wish he did a better job of explaining the way parts fold up. But, hey, this is one of the challenges you're going to deal with, Petoroch's templates. Alrighty, let's heat blast this a little bit. And in case you want to get a better idea of what it is I'm actually building, the slideshow over there in the corner shows some images of the model itself. Not the specific model I'm building, but the model that this template is based on. Alrighty, and while that dries, I need to find part 3. Nope, no part 3 there. Nope, no part 3. No part 3. Nope. There you go, General Mills. There's the plug for Chex cereal. Where's my check? Yeah, right. Like I'm getting money from General Mills for this. Well, 5, 5A, and the 6s, and there's 3. Now I get to cut out those parts. Let me try and adjust the lighting so it's not completely blinding the part. That's better. At least now you guys can actually see something besides a white area of paper. You know, cardboard, but same point. I need to work with the camera placement a little bit on here. I don't like the camera pointing into this area when I'm working primarily in this area. Yep, and time for a new blade. I've kind of lost count of how many blades I've gone through tonight. 8, 9, 12. I think next time I do one of these templates, I'm going to try like a layer of 3M spray adhesive or something. See if I can just get better contact between the template and the cardboard. trick. Alright, I'm gonna have to heat blast it because I don't have any way to hold it. Oh shit, that's not gonna do any good anyway. Welcome to my favorite part of paper crafting. Trying to figure out how the hell to hold pieces in place while glue dries. What are you doing? You came apart somehow. Why did you come apart? Alrighty, well, I need to make some more of those reverse clamps, so this is a good time as any to show you. Take one normal wooden clothespin, take it apart. So you have the two wooden sections and the spring. Reverse it so that the coil of the spring sits where the armature of the spring originally sat. And then put the armature where you would have originally had the clothesline go through. And then add the second one. The same way. Now you've got more of a pinpoint style clamp than the typical clothespin. And I don't think that's going to help me anyway. Nope, that's still not helping me. Okay, magnets it is. See, I've got a supply of rare earth magnets. No, stay apart. Which of course means I have all the typical challenges dealing with magnets. So, but that's fine. So what I'm going to do, put down a layer of glue. Stick the magnet in there. And then stick a magnet on the other side. Oh. No, I need you over there. No, over there. Go on. Okay, so the second magnet's just not going to cooperate right now. But that's alright. And put that right back where it originally was. And now we got a magnet holding in place while the glue sets. Okay, need to heat blast this piece. And yeah, I'm gonna wind up gluing this to my hand, I can already tell you. But in this particular case, that's fine. It's a good fail-safe. Okay, I think I'm done roasting my hand for the moment. Okay. Alright. And why would your ears be burning, Kaji? Unless you're saying somehow my hand refers to your ears. In which case, you definitely need to get out more. Okay, so I need to use a magnet for this too. Okay, so just like before, I've got a magnet in place on both sides, and hopefully that'll hold it well enough for the glue to set. Speaking of glue setting, that is setting in the wrong place. Set. Ugh. Okay. Magnets back up there. Alrighty, so okay. Ah. Now that's going to be fun to deal with. Alright, I got a heat blast again, but this time I will be up front enough to turn off my microphone. There, are your ears still not burning, Kaji? Wow, this piece is going to be a royal pain in the posterior. Okay, hot shot again. And I'm back. It's always interesting to realize that the smaller the piece is on a paper hammer template, the more a pain in the butt it's going to be. It's like some sort of rule of inverse sizes or something. Okay, definitely gonna need some reinforcement on this guy. Okay. Okay, so that needs to wait and dry. This is set enough, but I need to finish that. That is drying. Is this set enough? I hope. Okay, good. No, don't pull apart. Don't pull up. Fuck. pull apart. Like I said, when you're working with cardboard templates, the smaller the part is, the more trouble it is. So like this piece here, since it's like one of the smallest constructed pieces in the entire template, it's going to be 3 times as much trouble as any other of these large pieces. So I need to heat blast this again, so turn off my microphone. Okay, hopefully I am done barbecuing my hand for the night. Fuck, that thing got hot. So that I can do nothing more with tonight, because I need to let the glue completely dry on that. Okay. Lego magnet. There we go. Let me clamp this just to keep that in a little bit tighter. Alright, let's glue this back down. Here's an example of the level of detail that Petoroch puts in his templates. So this is going to be a running light on top of the canopy. It is 3 parts. Now, I'm not saying this is a bad thing. Just be aware that if you do a paper hammer template from Petoroch, it's going to have this level of detail. So yeah, because we've got the base plate itself, the head for the light, and then the light itself, all of which go on top of this piece when it gets constructed, which will be, well, on top of another segment that I have not yet built. So I'm not saying that this is bad. Just there's a lot of detail work in his templates. Crap, and I forgot to score this piece. Okay, much better. Now, doing these narrow cutouts here, that's going to be a big pain in the butt. So I need to have a brand new sharp edge. Otherwise, it will compact the cardboard and tear it apart. If you're doing cuts this small, you really should not be feeling any sort of resistance from the cardboard. If you are, change your blade. So one down. 2 down. I may need to change my blade here in a minute. Yep. Need to change that blade. There we go. And all 4 sections cut out. Wow, like this stuff just does not want to stick to this cardboard. Whew. And I get to hold this for 5 minutes so the glue will set enough that I can heat blast it. Okay. Alright, there's got to be another piece that goes here. Funny. Alrighty. 2 and 2A, and then the canopy goes over top. Alright, so 2A, that's 2. Oh, okay, I see what it is. Okay, I just interpreted the instructions wrong is all. Thankfully, it's not like a mistake. Alrighty, which way is it supposed to go? That goes like that. Okay, so... Alright, so that needs to bend down. Then this one needs to bend up. Where is my pen? There is my pen. Alright, how far in are we? 18 millimeters. That doesn't look right. Let me do a different way here. Alrighty. Okay. And I do believe that is what we are trying to do. Sort of, maybe. Okay. Ow. Alrighty. That about wraps it up for tonight. Pretty much everything else I can do at this point involves waiting for glue to dry. So thank you for joining me for another Model Time live stream from the Resurrected Hobbyist. Be sure to join me for my next live stream Monday, September. What is the the 5th, when I return to conquering the planet Cronus and Dawn of War Dark Crusade.